Check, 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 check. 1, 2.
Maruf Azan, the Chief Imam of the Eco Club Mosque, to lead us in the opening prayer. Alhaji, please.
Salu ala Nabi Karim. Jọmọ yẹ ká ṣọpẹ́ lọ́sọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba wa sí alhamdulilayi 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 rabbil alamin. Ìjókòó yìí wà fún láti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí 2025 tax reform. Kò sí ẹni tí tax ò ní affect business individual. A sì dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ president wa tó dé mi fit láti ní kàn wá fún wa ní ẹ̀kọ́ lórí ẹ̀. Gbogbo wa náà láti ní ìmọ̀ torí ìjókòó yìí lawyers wà ń bí, accountant wà ń bí, engineer wà ń bí, gbogbo Eco Club kún fún professionals. A dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Now èyí tá a fẹ́ ṣe yìí Ọlọ́run gba ní ìbádà fún wa. Mímọ̀ ó ṣe pàtàkì níwájú Ọlọ́run pàápàá. Ọlọ́run sọ wípé ó yẹ kéèyàn ní mímọ̀ torí pé ó ṣèyàn láǹfààní. So èyí tí a fẹ́ ṣe yìí kọ́lọ́run gbà ní ìbádà fún wa o. Àdápadà orí ẹ̀ kọ́lọ́run á pé kárí ẹnì kankan wa. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa lam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا فاغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير. ربنا أنزل علينا مائدة من السماء تكون لنا عند الأولين والآخرين وآية منك وارزقنا وأنت خير الرازقين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين. Allahu latifu bi ibadihi yarzuqu man yasha'u wa huwa al-qawiyul aziz. Al-Fatiha. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين آمين آمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. صلوا على النبي الكريم.
Thank you, sir. My name is Kazim Kafo, the General Secretary of Eco Club, and standing on my left-hand side is Jamiu Abari. We'll be anchoring this program together. Thank you. Blessings. Okay, please, can we stand up for the national anthem? Thank you. Mr. President, President Adedeji Surajudeen Lawal, GCHB. Our primary aim of being here today is on the public lecture themed Fiscal Federalism and the year 2025 tax law reform. But before we go into that, okay, can we have the president of Eco Club to give us an opening remark before I get to introduce our lead speaker for today? We just want a word from the president of Eco Club, who by chance putting all us here today. My president, blessings, sir.
Blessings. 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 Today is a blessed day. We thank Almighty Allah for making today possible. We thank each and every one of us who have found time to be here today, or those who have joined us online. May I first of all apologize that we're starting the program behind schedule. We are all used to African time. We've been ready before 3 o'clock, but we members are not here by then. So please, we apologize to those who had been here before then and those who had joined online before then that we have not been able to start until now. It's better late than never. Thank you very much. The grand patron, the patrons, the vice president of Eco Club, the chairman and members of the board of trustees of the club, the past presidents, members of the executive committee, past officers, blessed members, the moderator, the lead discussants and other discussants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to this august occasion, the 2026 Eco Club Business Luncheon, which will feature a lecture titled Fiscal Federalism and the 2025 Tax Reform Law. There is no denying or gainsaying the fact that Eco Club is one of the foremost socio-cultural clubs in the country. Thus, as a socio-cultural club, it cannot be oblivious to the economic, political, and social events in the country, particularly ones that will affect the well-being of its members or impact the society. As our forefathers want to say, the comfort of the tree is the comfort of the bed. The club hosts business luncheons to help its members and the public share business ideas and explore new opportunities. Although it started as an informal discussion amongst members, over time, it became formal and captain of industries, professionals, experts were invited to share knowledge and business ideas. As the saying goes, two things are certain: debt and tax. It has been said several times and at different fora that Nigerians have not been paying the appropriate tax, and the nation has failed to tap advocate of Nigeria, a blessed member of Eco Club, a trustee and secretary, or the board of trustees of Yoruba Tennis Club, will bring his wealth of experience to bear and adequately moderate the program. You will agree with me that no one is better placed to deliver the lecture than Professor Abiola Sani, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Dean Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. Someone told me that the club stars aligned when the discussants, who are the owners of the process, agree to discuss the subject. He suggested that except the two lecturers, that is Professor Sani and Mr. Adeleke, right? Both the Nigeria Revenue Service, the special advisor to the governor on taxation and revenue, and the chairman of the Lagos State Board of Internal Revenue should pay appropriate fees to the club for giving them the opportunity to market their albatross to the public. Blessings. Although we are tempted to share his views, we are, however, mindful that what they lose at the corner, they may gain at the roundabout, as they could impose heavy taxes on the club in one guise or the other. Most importantly, we see the program as part of our corporate social responsibility. On this note, I welcome everyone to this program with the hope that our expectations will be met. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you, Mr. President. If not that we're in Eco Club, would have given the president of Eco Club a round of applause for that speech. Blessings! I'll be calling on Mr. Jamiu Abari to introduce our dignitaries here present.
Thank you, my Jensek. Good afternoon, everyone. You are welcome once again to this laudable program. So, to commence the program properly, we need to introduce some of the dignitaries that we have in our presence. In no particular order, please bear with me. We are not doing it in any particular order. We have in our means Alhaji Rafiu Olawale Ojikutu, who is representing the head of service, Lagos State. Alhaji Rafiu Ojikutu is the permanent secretary, Teaching Service Commission. So we have in our midst and a member of the club. So we have in our presence Honorable Ilomo Damole, a prominent member of the club as well. Chief Bode Ogunleye, okay. Then we have Mr. Tokumbo Akonde, who is representing the special advisor, is the special advisor to the executive chairman, Lagos State Internal Revenue Service. So we have Barrister Sigismund Babasheyi Joseph, who is our moderator for the event, as well as our real father, Kabiyesi Oba Moruf Oyekunle Oluwa, the Oluiwa of Ijora and Apapa Kingdom. So we have in our means past president, the golden president, Mr. Razak Amadu. So we have the permanent secretary, Okay. Okay. So we have in our midst as well the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Motor Vehicle Administration Agency, Mr. Rashid Muri Okunla. We have also Alhaji Fatai Idowu, Chairman, Board of Trustee of Eco Club. As we move on, we'll be to introducing other members of the Vice President. Sorry. So we'll be taking other members that are present here. Thank you very much.
In our midst, we have Alhaji Fatai Daudu, the Chairman, Board of Trustee of Eco Club. Blessings. Also, we'd like you to know that most of these special dignitaries that was called a few minutes ago, they are also members of Eco Club. So this tells you what Eco Club signifies. We have the Kabiyesi Oluiwa is also a member of Eco Club. Blessings.
So the next on the agenda is the introduction of the lead speaker. So we are going into the program proper. So Mr. Kafo, the General Secretary of the club, will take us through the profile of Mr. Abiola Sani, who is the lead speaker for today's event. Thank you very much.
Professor Abiola Sani. Okay, while standing, Professor Abiola Sani is a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, and also the Dean, Faculty of Law, UNILAG, University of Lagos. He began his teaching career in the Great Obafemi Awolowo University, Great Ife. I'm also a product of Great Ife, sir. Greatest Ife. As a junior training fellow in 1991, in search of specialization, he transferred his service in 1999 to UNILAG, where his career flourished. In 2002, he won the prestigious Fulbright Fellowship, a 10-month program for foreign scholars of international tax. Blessings. Also in the same vein, he's also did a program at a Berkeley School of Law, Temple University, also Philadelphia in USA. He was also appointed a research fellow of the University of International Law and Policy of the same university. During this same period, in 2016, he had the singular honor of being simultaneously appointed a professor of commercial law and occupier of a professional chair endowed by Lagos State in the University of Lagos. Blessings. Also for his advancements on taxation and fiscal matter, which he earned him is a double professor, the first in UNILAG, especially in the recent times. Professor Abiola Sani is thoroughbred professional with a robust multidisciplinary background who has served in different capacity at the national and state level. He is also a member of Presidential Fiscal Policy Tax Reform Committee, which was set up in 2023 till date. He has served as the chairman of the National Tax Policy Review Committee, also known as NTRPC, in 2016. He has also served as the chairman of National Tax Policy Implementation Committee in 2017 as well. He is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, known as CITN. Professor Sani is a fellow of Nigeria Institute of Chartered Arbitrators and a life member of Nigerian Society of International Law. He is an editor of Introduction of Nigerian Legal Methods, a leading introductory legal text in Nigerian University, and the West African sub-region. Finally, he is the author of Introduction of Nigerian Business Law, the founder and the publisher of Nigerian Revenue Law Report, NRIL, and African Tax Law Report, the first law report devoted to tax cases in Nigeria. Mr. Sani maintains a work-life balance through supporting the social interaction. He's a member of Octogenarian 90 FS Club, House of Common, Science Boys, Ife Recreation Club, Ikoyi Club, which was founded in 1938, and also UNILAG Staff Club. He's a child of God, and he's a blessed union and is blessed in with Princess Olushola Amoke Sonny as his wife. That's Professor Abiola Sonny standing before you. Okay, on the moderator. Okay, Professor Sonny, you can take your seat, sir. Thank you. That's fine, sir. You're on the right side.
So we have as discussants Dr. Ayodele Amzat Suba, Chairman, Lagos State Internal Revenue Services, who is being represented here today by Mr. Tokunbo Akonde. We have as well, as part of the discussants, Mr. Abul Kabir. No, just introducing them. They are not going on stage now. Okay. They are not going on stage now. So we are just introducing the discussants now. They are not going on the podium now. Later, after the lead speaker have given his lecture, we will introduce them, read their citation before they move to the podium. So I'm just doing an introduction of the discussants. So the second discussion is Mr. Abdul Kabir Opeyemi Ogungbo, Special Advisor to the Governor of Lagos State on Taxation and Revenue. So we have as well Mr. Aziz Babatunde Adeleke, Lecturer in the Faculty of Law, Lagos State University. Then we have as the moderator Mr. Segismond Babasheyi Joseph, San, Managing Partner, SB Joseph and Co. So on. And we have as well Dr. Zach Adedeji, Executive Chairman, Nigeria Revenue Services, who is represented by Mr. Olufemi Olarinde, SA Tax Policy to Executive Chairman, Nigeria Revenue Services. So I will now hand over the mic to the moderator of today, Mr. Segismond Babasheyi Joseph San, to sit on the podium and take our proceedings from this moment onwards, sir. It's working.
We invite so give me the list of they are replaced.
Yes, the discussants.
Yes.
So thereafter we can now read their citations.
Yes.
Mr. President, if I'm allowed to say blessings, blessings. And greetings, with your permission, sir. Yes, the first discussant I'm going to invite here is Mr. Zach Adedeji, the Executive Chairman, Nigerian Revenue Service, represented by, the representative is here. What's his name? Yeah. The representative is Mr. Olufemi Olarinde, SA Tax Policy to the Executive Chairman. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. The next is Mr. Abdul Opeyemi Ogungbo, the Special Advisor to the Governor of Lagos State on Taxation and Revenue. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Next is Mr. Aziz Babatunde Adeleke, lecturer, Faculty of Law, Lagos State University. Well, you know that now we all now have the citation of the one more.
There's one more. Okay, look at
Yeah. My apologies. There's one more representative here, Mr. Tokumbo Akonde, representing the chairman.
Mike, hello? 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 Whoop.
Well, may I invite Mr. Tokumbo Akonde, representing the chairman, LIRS. Thank you. Yes, we are all set now. May I invite the lead speaker, my learned brother Silk, Professor Abiola Sani, to deliver his lecture.
Thank you.
It's better. If I may word earlier, I had a private conversation with him, and I said, Prof, how long will it be? He said, about an hour or more. Well, looking at the audience, I'm sure they won't be bored with his wealth of experience and his track record. Prof, over to you. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Blessed members. Blessed members. The president. Adedeji, my learned friend Surajuddin Lawal, GCAP, the vice president and all the ESCO members, the golden president, my dear friend Razak Amodu, I salute you. The president and members of the BOT and the founding members of Eco Club, then once again, blessed members. Then let me give due courtesies to my co-panelists. I begin with Femi Olarinde, the head Fiscal and Tax Reform Implementation Committee, representing the chairman, and is also the head of tax policy of the Nigerian Revenue Service. Mr. Abdul Kabir Okpeyemi Ogungbo, Special Advisor, Taxation and Revenue. You need to help me appreciate Lagos State for endowing the chair that I occupied in Lagos, which has projected me and also giving me a voice in national discourse on tax matters. So my due regards to the Honorable Commissioner and His Excellency. The same to the chairman of LRS, who is ably represented here today by my dear brother, Tokumbo Akonde, the SA to the Chief Executive LRS. Then I quickly come to my learned friend, Aziz Adeleke, our colleague in LASU. Then I have to pay courtesies to my learned brother Silk, who are here present. Before I became the dean, I did not give much ooth to protocol. but it's something that I have to learn, whether I like it or not. As I begin with our Egbon, my learned brother Siklai Babatunde, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Then SB Joseph, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I quickly come to my mentor. I was tempted to devote this lecture, to dedicate this lecture to him, but I said I should do something bigger. And what is that bigger thing? To write my book on fiscal federalism in his honor, to celebrate his 70th birthday next year. And that is no other person than Professor M.T. Abdulrazak. Then Justice Yomi Olukolu, PhD. Then my Egbon, Professor Taiwo Ajala. Then the PS, Alaji Ojikutu. And then my friend in Ask the Lawyer, Jibola Bakari. Your Excellencies here present, blessed members. With the kind permission of the chairman, I have to recognize Kabiesi once again. Kabiesi Oluiwa of Apapa, I recognize you. Kade pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, kí ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ́ lọ́wọ́, kí àwọn olórí kan máa gbáyìn láàfin. I give deep courtesies to everyone. I see many of my friends, my colleagues, but if I have to recognize everyone, I'm not going to hit the target in discussing this very important topic. So it's my honor to lead conversation today on this topic, fiscal federalism and the 2025 tax law reform. I'm leading discussion because there are people who can even do better among the panelists. So I'm just going to introduce it, why they will come and share their perspective on the same topic. And I'm not going to be theoretical. I'm not going to be citing Casey Wares or Nwabweze. I'm going to be speaking simple language that blessed members can connect with, so that we can appreciate that this topic is very important and very relevant. I've broken my paper into about 7. Are we projecting it? Okay, please, can we? After the introduction, I'm going to do conceptual clarification. I will look at 3 concepts. The first one, concept of legislative power. The second one, the concept of fiscal federalism. And then the third one, concept of tax reform. Then I will give a synoptic overview of what we had before the tax reform. And the focus will be, what do we have now? So that we can understand the reform that we are talking about. A lot of people pick stuff from the social media about this reform. Some are correct, some are incorrect, some are totally misleading. So we need to separate facts from fiction. Then I will now look at the major shifts in this current reform. What are the things that are new? Because we can't have a reform where everything will remain the same. What are the major things that we can take away about this reform that are tangible, that can enlighten us, and that can make us better informed? Then I now come to fiscal federalism issues, which is the meat of my presentation. And I'm talking about fiscal federalism issue in a state where people have good understanding because of the practical way Asiwaju approached the issue during his first term And he paid dearly for it. Okay? Every bureaucrat in the public service of Lagos has good understanding, and also citizens of Lagos. I quickly go to my introduction on the back of that to say that, to the best of my knowledge, this is the first social club or the first elite club that will be bringing back issues of fiscal federalism. And it shows that in a Coke club, you are not giving only to social consumption. You are giving more to productive consumption. So people think when we come to club, you know all the things they think, but we know better. Sometimes that is also part of it, but the main reason is the intellectual firmament and the intellectual exchanges. We are going to incubate ideas today that is going to enlighten us about this tax reform and what we need to do at subnational level. And I appreciate this opportunity to reinforce it. I delivered a paper on the 27th of January where the governor was also represented by the chairman, and I was setting agenda for the state. And I said, this is a federal reform. You must also have state reform. I'll come to that shortly. So I commend the leadership. So concerns have been expressed about this reform. Why? Because we are changing the name of FRS to Nigerian Revenue Service. You know, there is a difference between federal and Nigeria. And people say, hey, this octopus is going to now collect all taxes. Not only that, we are empowering the FRS, now Nigerian Revenue Service. Not only that, we are re-establishing Joint Tax Board and renaming it Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria. So setting up a totally new institution, Tax Ombuds. And people said, all this inexorably will lead to one revenue agency in Nigeria. Is that not concerning? Of course, if there is anything that suggests that, we should all be up in arms against it. And we should also be worried. Well, I think Nigeria has gone too far. We have gone too far on issues of federalism for that to even be thinkable or considered. So I'm going to debunk that narrative. Okay? Governor Seyi Makinde, just about 10 days ago, came on here and said, oh, they were not consulted. Said states were not consulted. I won't say the governor lied, but his statement was incorrect. Yesterday, day before yesterday, I was at the National Economic Council Summit, where where the president, the vice president, and all the governors were present to discuss issues relating to the economy and also tax reform. And I was privileged to moderate a session where 6 governors were the panelists, and where they were giving reports about what they had done towards aligning their laws with the reform, including Oyo State. So I think something was missing somewhere. And I dare say, out of all the tax reform we have had, this is the most consultative. This is the one that we had the most engaging. We even had students in the committee. If you have heard about Tax Club, that is a club that we started in Lagos, started by young boys, young girls. When the committee was inaugurated, That was the young girl that caught all the attention. The president called her and adopted her as his daughter. The members of the professional groups were consulted, and 6 chairmen of state boards were co-opted in order to represent the interest of the state, including chairman of what can we even do in taxation without Lagos? Lagos is the pace setter. Can we please clap for Lagos? Lagos is the pace setter. So against this background, the objective of this presentation is to specifically highlight the limits of federal tax reform. To say that, oh, this is good, but it's not enough. Then 2, to call for the states to also engage on their tax reform. The tax reform has started. Certain things have continued. And they will continue unless we address them at the state level. Issues relating to local taxes, participation by non-state actors are local taxes. They are local issues. And they need State House of Assembly and also the governor working together to make sure that they address them. Then we will throw light on specific issues, some of which I've mentioned. Then we would also stimulate informed policy dialogue on how we can achieve a more efficient fiscal federalism. Then I come to conceptual clarification. Conceptual clarifications. Legislative power. Legislative power is the power to make laws by the organs of government established by the Constitution for that purpose. Eco Club can make laws. Ministers can make laws. Agencies can make laws. But the law we are talking about are the laws made by the legislature, the National Assembly and the state houses of assembly. Okay? And the question of who has power to make law on what is very, very important. Even beyond the issue of taxation. And these are thrown up issues about who has power to make laws on lottery regulations. Who has power to make laws on land, urban planning? Who has power to make laws on local government? Then who has power to make laws on regulation of hotels? Cases have gone to court to vindicate states as the one with exclusive, though called residual. Because residual means after you have taken all the items on the exclusive legislative list, and then you have taken all the items on the concurrent legislative list, whatever is not on those 2 lists, they are residual. It's not a list. Yeah, and it's so open-ended. It's open-ended. Anything you don't see there. Lottery is not there. And you cannot infer it by virtue of item 61, which is on trade and commerce. So this is very, very important. Against this background, VAT is not on exclusive legislative list. What implication does it have in the context of this discourse? We will see later. Then tax reform. You see, tax reform is not an amendment of tax laws. Like we had in 1999, 2000, 2001, 2003. When I was privileged to chair the National Tax Policy Review Committee. And what does National Tax Policy Review Committee, what does it mean? It meant setting the parameters for how to order our tax system. I was privileged to work with Taiwo Yedele, who is the chairman of this committee now. He was a ranking member and one of the most useful members in that committee. And then we said everything about taxation should follow this order. And what did we do? We set parameters that align with what Adam Smith said in his Wealth of Nations. And we said, enough of all this irresponsibility. Let's do it right. Let's have few taxes. Let's have taxes that are broad-based. Let's allow people to have the benefit of. Okay. So, and we said the next thing we should do was to set a tax reform in motion. That was in 2017. Okay, what do we do in the interim? We said, let us have finance acts that will just curate how the most obvious low-hanging fruit amendments so that we can just harvest them and correct them. There are some palpable errors that were inexcusable. So that was the whole idea of the Finance Act. Senator Bukola Saraki was the president of Senate then, and I think Mr. Eno was the chairman of the Senate committee. And he said, can I have one law to amend all the taxes you are talking about? We said, no. In Nigeria, we have a tradition of one tax, one legislation. And we said we must amend each of the legislation one by one. He said we were not serious. He said, look, I'm not going to go to these people 7 times, 8 times. Let me go once. And it made sense. And then I remember, because I was the chairman that was driving it, I remember that we used to have federal military government finance miscellaneous taxation provision. One single decree that will amend all the tax laws. And we did something like that. When I showed it with my team, you know, the director of Lega then, who is now late, you know, he said, no, Prof, this is from the classroom. It cannot work. I said so, but that is what they wanted. But anyway, that was what then formed the basis of the Finance Act that later came in 2019. At that stage, I've been eased out. Some other people have taken over. But that was what formed the basis of. But it was not supposed to last for more than 1 year. But because of lack of vision, lack of understanding of the foundation, they did it for another time, and they were using Finance Act to amend virtually everything. They could have used it to amend Eco Club Constitution. They used it to amend KAMA, Procurement Act, and name it. They could have even used it to amend the Constitution. So much that the whole thing became so convoluted. And when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came, he did not just come. He came with a sense of history. He came as a student of fiscal federalism. And he came with somebody who has political sagacity to also undo tax issues. Because politicians don't want to touch taxation. But because he knew that without taxation, he cannot go far, he then said, let's go there. He said what? Let us go there. And you can see that he maintained his focus. Anytime they wanted to derail, he will stabilize it and he will give direction. And he said at the onset, don't tax the poor. Let the poor breathe. Those his statements they resonated more with people than the entire document which we called the National Tax Policy. Because it gave direction. So when I come to some of the contents of this law, you will see that it's only political leadership that can set us on that path. Because stakeholders will not let it happen. The state will protest. They will say, oh, they will lose revenue. And they did protest. The reform could have gone further. But you know, reformers also have limitations. As brilliant as Taiwo Edele may be, as passionate as he may be, he's not the lawmaker. There are certain things that will not happen because at some point they will ask him to leave so that the lawmakers can take over. Blessed members, it's like when you come together, you know, there are things that non-members will not be able to participate. So, just be on the lookout for some of this provision that will wow you. There has never been anything like it. And I'm not exaggerating. So now, fiscal federalism. We all live here. We live in our small communities. Fiscal federalism is saying, let us give decisions to all levels of government that are raising revenue, such that when people are not happy about the way they are raising revenue, they can leave, they can vote with their feet and then go elsewhere. If you are not able to afford what they are paying in VGC, I have a brother who said, oh, as a retiree, they expect him to be paying over 2 million as service charge. I said, sir, the services you are enjoying in that your place is more than 2 million. You are paying 2 million because you are paying it as in aggregate with other people. And I said, it's not for pensioners. If you know you cannot afford it, sell your house and go back to Ile-Ife. He said, Biola, you are too frank. I said, that is the truth. I said, it is time for some younger people who can pay to move in while you move out. That is how decisions should be taken. Fiscal federalism is about 3 things, but we always focus only on one in Nigeria. And what are they? The first one is allocation of functions. Which level of government has power to do what? Based on what they can do best. It's like in a house. You have the father, you have the mother, you have the children. Who should do what? Ọmọdé gbọ́n, àgbà gbọ́n, la fi dálẹ̀ Ifẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ọmọdé kò tó pẹ́pẹ́, tàgbàlagbà ọwọ́ kèrègbè. So if you want to take something from the gorge, who do you send? So there are functions that are best performed at the local level. Refuse disposal should never be a state matter. And it can never be efficient if state is the one taking refuse. They have turned local government to an ungoverned territory. So whatever policy supports centralization of refuse, they have just done away with our local government system. Meaning, okay, what else can they do? And right now, they have consigned everything to political godfathers who are just, maybe some of them are here. Blessed members. You cannot use destiny of people to settle political godfathers. I mean, where people live, the way they will not use politics to determine these issues in VGC, these issues Shonibare Estate, these issues in what is the name of this place? This tower here, Eric Moore Tower. That is the way you can't just say, because you want things to work. You want your AC to work. You want your elevator to work. You want your recreation facilities to work. So at the end of the day, allocate function. Then the second one is give revenue raising power to each level to perform those functions. Don't let them go cap in hand. Let them have enough. Adjust it in such a way that they can do what they have been assigned to do. Then when that is done, some states like Lagos will always have more because of their comparative advantages. Some states will have less. Some local government will have more, like Apapa, Etiosa. Some will have less. Then you now bring in the third leg, which is intergovernmental transfer. This is like subsidy you are providing so that you can have harmony in your economy. So that students can go to schools in all these areas. So that hospitals can work, so that there could be an average. But most importantly, you must give power to each level of government to directly ask people to pay. Let me ask you, what taxes is Surulere government asking you to pay? They can't even come here. I mean, this club, Surulere government cannot even come here because they know that the people here are powerful. Amodu, am I? But when you have a lame duck local government, you have lame duck services. Local government functionality is so important in other places that when officers cannot do it, they bring caretaker. The way they appoint receivership for companies, they appoint receivership for local, because people's standard of living must not drop. Especially those of you who are in retirement. You have paid your dues, you have worked very hard, you are built in a particular place. Will you allow that place to now become slum because they are not taking refugees? No. Will you allow them to turn that place to brothels? No. You want your street to be clean, and I like the way they have cleaned up the streets. These are the functions of local government. And I'm happy we all know that local government worked even when people like us were young and were still growing. We used to have Wole Wole who will come to a co-club. And then if you harass them, they know what to do. Hello? Okay. If you harass them, they know what to do, and there are penalties. Let me quickly now go to the overview of the 2025 tax law. So you can see that fiscal federalism is a win-win situation. It seems to promote strong and functional local government, strong and functional state government, and strong and functional federal government. Some people will say, oh, stronger state, and no, that is not. Because the economists came together, they said, let us have a balance of power that works and that serves the people. So we quickly go to the overview of the 2025 tax reform. And what I did here is basically to say, this is what we had. Good. Let me just face here. This is what we had. We had this long list of taxes, and there are not many. There are not many. There are no more than 10. But you have one tax enacted by one legislation. So personal income tax, you have one law. Capital gain tax, you have one law. Then on the back of it, look at tertiary education tax. After a company had paid 30%, then the company will also pay additional 3% on what they call accessible profit. And I want to ask those of you here who are owners of company, are you happy to pay that? It's like when you have paid your membership fee in this club, and they now said you have to pay additional fee to participate in this type of program. Is that not what you paid for? If you have a project, it's different. And you know that it's for a specific purpose, maybe to build a park or to build a new hall. But this one is in perpetuity. Then, neither levy technology, of course. The most advanced technological nation does not have this tax. And of course, the one on education. I'm in the academia, I should know. How people say, why are you criticizing? Because where you have the best universities in the world, universities that they have never ranked second, they don't have this type of tax. Omoba. Now, we have all these taxes. Go to the next slide. So what we have, can you go to the next slide, please? What we now have, all those taxes, they are federal taxes. And then 3 of them are being administered by states. 3 of them are being administered by states. And this is very important for fiscal federalism. The most important sources of revenue of states are established under federal laws. It means, and that is part of the reason why people had the apprehension that, look, they wanted to take over because they could if they want. Okay? So then states, look at it. Some states do not have a single tax of their own, which is a shame. But let's look at Lagos. Property tax. Ordinarily, property tax is not a state tax. It's a local tax. For all the excuses for taking over, we must revisit and reorder it so that we can direct the revenue to where it belongs. Then hotel occupancy, restaurant consumption tax law. That is a top-up tax. Lagos responding to VAT by imposing its own consumption tax. And my prognosis is, if Lagos has issue with federal government, Lagos could approach the Supreme Court and invoke the original jurisdiction of the court and resolve this issue, rather than pouncing on hapless citizens and imposing another tax. And I have not seen in this reform, but we are going to articulate it some in future. When 2 states are fighting over a tax, the citizen should never be made to pay the second time. Let the citizen pay into the court or into an escrow account or into an account set up by JRB so that when they resolve who has power over it, then they can go and take it. Never again should citizens be made to pay tax twice. Does it make sense? So, then value-added tax is also a top-up tax. Rivers also reacting. And of course, that resulted into a dispute, and then the Court of Appeal had said, maintain status quo. The next slide, please. Local government, only tenement rate, which the states are taking over. So what will they now use? That is why they are pouncing on the people in the informal sector. And I describe it as Enya Lemula Ledimo. So they pounce on them and they extort them. And it's as if they are drawing their blood. The lucrative aspect, now they can collect rates in the market, in the cemetery, parking fees and all that. Those are not taxes. So when people call all these taxes, I say it is mischaracterization. Oh, somebody said at the NEC conference yesterday, we had the 162. I said that is an abuse of language. There is no 162 taxes. What we have still remain a single-digit tax, but abuse of regulatory power for revenue purpose. And what do I mean by that? I refer to a situation where MDAs, if I want to perfect title, if I want to do anything, I want to build, I must approach either La Spida, I want to advertise. we have the unfortunate situation where governors have turned these MDAs to revenue centers. And I told them, I said, please review this policy and let them focus on their main role of regulation, of standardization, so that there will be only one revenue agency for the states. In the case of Lagos, the LIRS. So what do we have under the new regime? We have only 4 statutes. How many statutes? Only 4. Nigerian Tax Act, Nigerian Tax Administration Act, Nigerian Revenue Establishment Act, and Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Establishment Act. 4 of them. Under this reform, we have discarded the old practice of one legislation, one tax. Okay. So now, we now have only 5 taxes. And how many are they now? There are actually 3. If you look at number 2, development levy, it's a top-up tax on income tax. If you look at the last one, surcharge on petroleum is a top-up tax on value-added tax. So it's as if we have 3 taxes in Nigeria at the moment, federal taxes. So go to the next slide, please. I need to actually hurry up now. So NTAA, that's where you have all the administrative provisions. Nigerian Revenue Establishment are just to re-establish NRS. Why? Because FRS was collecting money for the whole of the federation. There are local governments that do not generate anything, and they rely only on what Olarinde generates at Nigerian Revenue Service. So that was to communicate the right message that FRS was a national institution. So the other thing, we are recomposing the board, re-empowering the board, and then establishing TAT, then establishing new tax institution. Go to the next slide. The major innovations. Before this tax act, there was withholding tax regulation, which was a nightmare. Credit note became a scam. All those things have been resolved now. So if you have withholding tax, even if the person who withheld your tax failed to remit, you'll be given credit immediately for the tax you suffered. Because there is now technology to follow the person who withheld and failed to remit. And there are offenses and penalties. So rates had been reduced. Go to the next slide. That alone, if you follow it, shows the ingenuity of the reformers. And said, look, they can solve these problems. A lot of you had suffered withholding taxes on your dividends. Taxes have been withheld. But when you are now faced with tax demand, not once have you said, oh, but you have already, because to get credit note was a nightmare. Is that good or bad? I mean, this reform, clearing that mess, is it good or bad? Excellent. So now, for the first time, we have what we call threshold for all the taxes. Before, when you earn the minimum wage of 30,000, you pay tax. Why? Because they will say, oh, as a good citizen, you must pay something symbolically. But the president said, don't tax the poor. We said, if you earn the minimum wage or any amount below 800, no tax. So if the minimum wage becomes 2 million, automatically no tax. Then, companies' income tax. Do you think this could happen so soon? A company whose turnover is less than 100 million, no tax. Because we should let them breathe. We should let them grow. So that when they become relatively stable, they can pay taxes. Then CGT. If the gain a person makes from sale of asset is just 10 million, no tax. If the entire trading or turnover is 100 million, no tax. 150 million, no tax. Even if the gain is more than 10 million and the turnover is more than 150 million, but you reinvest it, no tax. So all the information about CGT has become 30% and all that. If you come as a portfolio investor and you make a lot of money and we say pay tax on it, what is wrong with that? Then even stamp duties, you know, we now have a threshold, a threshold of 10 million. If the transaction is not up to 10 million, no tax. Only rent, which is 1 million, we attract tax. So let me go to the next slide. I will just highlight it. Look at the rates. Before, if you earn the first 30,000, next 30,000, you tax it at 7,000, 7%, 11%, 15%. Look at now, 800,000, no tax. The next 2,200,000, 15%. This is just too sweet. It shields those who are earning less from payment of taxes, while it concentrates on those who are able to pay. Those who paying 20%, 30% of their chargeable income will make little or no difference. So what is wrong with that? Then there are innovations of eligible deductions. And this is how you can save money. This is how you can plan. When you have national housing contributions, health insurance, policy, pension, interest on loans, annuities and life assurance. Those who are in insurance will tell you that there are policies you can take now that are like savings. You can bank and save a lot of, there is no limit. That is tax planning. So I'll need to rush. So let's go to the next thing. Now, companies income tax, please, let's move on. There's even a provision that companies income tax should move from 30% to 25% if the president makes an order. Because the reformer realized that the tax rate of 30% is uncompetitive. In some countries, as low as 18%. The average in Africa is about 22%. And now, if you had 4% of development levy, it comes to 34%. So then I ask, are these good news, bad news? There's even a provision that your pre-commencement expenses that dated back to 6 years are deductible. There's a provision that if you do not sack any of your staff within the period when the economy was, you can relieve. And if you hire new, then what you pay as salary will be deductible. You won't believe until you see it in the law. Let's go to the next stage. So issues about fiscal federalism, I will just move very fast here. So I've already said this. This is federal tax reform. It doesn't affect what is going on at the local government in particular. And that is what states must take ownership. The president sworn in the Presidential Fiscal Policy Tax Reform Committee in the lodge and signposted that, look, I'm involved. That's the highest demonstration. We must have data. It's not a tax force. The governors must also do the same so that we can clear all the cobwebs at the state level. So go to the next one. Go to the next one. And I've set agenda on what they could do. It's not that they won't have job to do. Look at property tax is not functioning well. In some other clime, that is what they use to provide services. Once you live in those communities, schools, health, everything is free. Let's go there. So this is what they can do. And then centralization, that is not correct. Because there are provisions in this law that specifically vested state board with power to collect on residents within their territory. People who went with that narrative did not do community reading of the entire provisions. And the power of Nigerian Revenue Service, Olarinde will speak about that, is limited to only those who are not residents in Nigeria and those who are in the armed forces. You know? So not people who are residents within state. For example, if people work in the exclusive economic trade zone or territorial waters of Nigeria, they pay tax too. So go to the next one. I will just highlight them during question and answer. If I need to adumbrate on them, I will be happy to. As a gentleman, you do not exceed your time. So go to the next one. I've already addressed this. I've quoted all the provisions that will give you clarity. Go to So go to the next one, please. Go to the next one. Yeah. Okay, value-added tax. From all my discourse, consumption is a state matter. But value-added tax has 3 dimensions. It has intrastate dimensions. What we consume at a Coke Club here, I buy fuel on the road, I lodge into an hotel, one stage. But there is also interstate dimension, which no state can tax. If you call somebody who lives in Oshun and there is a tax on it, it cannot go to one state. That is for federal. And also international dimensions. If we say states administer VAT, they will not be able to collect on interstate and international. And the way VAT works, you must have everything administered holistically. So that is why the Presidential Fiscal Policy Tax Reform Committee recommended that the Constitution should be amended to make VAT a federal matter. Not because they did not recognize the state's rights. And they further said that federal government should be stripped of 5% of its own 15%, which was now added to the 50% of states, in recognition of the fact that this is a state matter. And there are cases that says it's a state matter. I would have preferred an option where we were able to amend the Constitution before the commencement, or were able to do it simultaneously. And when I had the opportunity yesterday, my intervention was amend the Constitution on a fast track as the 6th alteration. It cannot wait until you are resolving issues of creation of states and other electoral reform and all that. Look, bring it out. Otherwise, if somebody is faced with a demand for VAT and he knows the Constitution, he can raise a valid issue. Then let's go to the next one. I will finish in 5 minutes. Then comment on state administered tax. I've mentioned that. It's not going to work. The one by Rivers even copied the federal VAT, including import and export. Okay, then let's go to the next one. Okay, establishment of state service and local government revenue committee. This is an aberration. You know, NTA cannot establish state board. Lagos established its own board under its own law a year before federal. So why are you now going to? But what was the rationale for it? They said, well, some have followed Lagos example, but there are still some states that do not have their independent state law. And if you remove this, it will imperil their power to collect taxes. And I think that's practical enough. Okay, the next one, please. The next one, please. Yeah. Tax Appeal Tribunal. Basically, Tax Appeal Tribunal has become an important institution. It has now been re-established. And I'm happy my Lord Justice Yomi Olukolu, PhD, is here. Section 272 of the Constitution vests State High Court with what we lawyers call unlimited jurisdiction. It means all manner of cases can come to the court, whether it is land, whether it's on chieftaincy, whether it is criminal, unless the matter specifically earmarked for the Federal High Court. But we now have a situation where, because of the framework of TAT, matters relating to state revenue, especially personal income tax, PAYE, now go to TAT, and appeal go from TAT to the Federal High Court. It means State High Court do not have the power to exercise original jurisdiction anymore, and also they do not have power to exercise appellate jurisdiction. The justification was, all judges in Lagos will always decide in favor of, and I don't believe that. If I appear before my Lord Justice Yomi Olukolu, and I do not deserve to win, I'm sure he will not give me judgment. I'm just certain about it. So what about the federal matter going to the Federal High Court? So I do not buy that argument. So the next one, please. I have 2 more minutes. Yeah, the next one. All right. So my time has been extended. Omoba, there is no friend like Jesus. The 2 Dozumus, thank you very much. Lukman and my friend, thank you very much. So 5 minutes. I want intergovernmental fiscal immunity. Government pays tax on its own consumption, including federal government. If federal government is happy to pay, fine. But some states have queried imposition of VAT on their consumption, especially Wike. Governor Wike said, Mr. Project, 7% of all the money I'm spending on project are going to Abuja before they come back to me. And when they come back, I don't see them. And there is a principle of intergovernmental immunity. You cannot tax government because taxation is pursuant to the plenary power, the sovereign power of government. If a government does not pay, what will you do? So there is a provision in this law that says the accountant general can withhold revenue. And I know this is a keg of gunpowder. And we do not have that regulations yet. Permanent Secretary, I want you to pay attention to this. Now, Osun State is experiencing some fiscal under this provision. Unless you watch it and unless you articulate and then insist on proper guidelines, some states will cry when the Nigerian Revenue Service begins to exercise that power. Olarinde, I know you have a right of reply. So no government should have power to say, oh, you did not pay certain taxes, so I'm withholding a portion of your revenue, which is the actress of that is the mainstay of this state. You now withhold it, and I'm signposting it as an advocate of state rights that look, this is a minus, let's do something about it. The next slide, please. I think that's the last one. Okay, direct debit. I've spoken to it. Let's quickly go to the next one. A conclusion. So what is my conclusion? This is good news. It's not a perfect law. And it's not a reform that will end all reforms. So there are a cocktail of issues, including what is the applicable law. What an embarrassment. I mean, what was signed was different from the harmonized version. We should all cover our faces in shame. But I want you to know that it has nothing to do with the Presidential Fiscal Policy Tax Reform Committee, because it was a post-legislative issue. It was a post-legislative issue. So now, the president had risen again. He did it once before, when the Northern Elders Council and the governors of the North said, oh no, over VAT. He rose like a gladiator and said, let this thing go through legislative process. If there are things that we need to streamline, we will do so. And that is exactly what has happened. It's not a perfect law, but now we have the tax law, which has the implementation of which have started. And which one is that? The certified true copy of the gazetted law. We have never had anything like that in our legal jurisprudence. Because when you have a gazette alone, it's already certified. But you now said it is certified true copy of anyway. So we have it. And I have a copy of it. I will show it to you before I leave. So, distinguished audience, it's an honor for me to be part of this conversation. Like I said, I'm just starting it. Those who can do better will then intervene from their various perspectives. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Can we give Professor another round of applause? Blessings! Thank you so much, the professor. We'll use this medium to quickly recognize the presence of Alhaji Bolaji Are. Also, we'll use this medium to also recognize the presence of Professor Abisogun Lee, former Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University. Welcome. Also, we'll recognize the presence of our elder of the club, Alhaji Babatunde Farm. We welcome the head of service, ably represented by Mr. Rafiu Olawale Ojikutu. Blessings! The head of service is also a blessed member. Our regards to him. The PS Tescom is seated here. So without wasting much time, I'll be handing over the mic to Mr. Barry to quickly give the citation of the moderator. Okay, give the, oh yeah.
I'm sorry, we've had the discussions introduced earlier. The lead speaker, congratulations. That was a very robust discussion. Now, the gentleman sitting next to my right, Mr. Olufemi Olarinde, the essay tax policy to the executive chairman, Nigerian Revenue Services. He has an appointment somewhere else at 5:30. So I am going to invite him to be the first to discuss. Now, Prof, well, discussion was under 3 umbrellas: the legislative power, fiscal federalism, and then tax reform. So I'll invite Mr. Olarinde to discuss whatever he wants to, and I'm sure he's going to be on the federal aspect because he needs to go. Mr. Olarinde, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. The executive chairman of the Nigerian Revenue Service sends his regards, and he has asked that I stand in his stead. He so much cherish this club for even taking this initiative to bring this topic to fore. It's very dear to us and it's dear to him. And so I want to congratulate Eco Club for this laudable protocol that has been observed. I duly respect them before I speak. I would like to speak to some of the issues that have been discussed, to discuss the professor's paper. We all need to understand that this tax reform is a shift from where we are coming from. And when you say something is a reform, the first thing we need to understand, because when people hear the word tax reform, they don't even wait for what is after the word tax. So they just look at, why are these people talking about tax in this era that there is economic downturn? In fact, this is when we should be talking about it, because the president said something, that's his policy statement. He said, we want to tax prosperity and not poverty. We want to tax the fruit and not the seed. And if you look at the old tax reform, every provision of the law is anchored on this policy statement. A tax policy is a modus, a statement that shows how the tax system should run. And this was the biggest of the tax policy statement the president made. And what has happened? Prof tried to analyze some of those incentives. We have reclassified. So let me speak from the angle of corporates. We have the two gentlemen who will speak to the individual. So let's go to the corporation. The corporate entity are the people who make the wealth. So if a company is being given reprieve for taxes, what does that happen? That means the company will employ more. And when it employs more, individuals make income. And when the company also employs, the company creates wealth. They create development. Of course, wherever the company is set up, they will ensure they fix some things, corporate social responsibility. So what happens now? Government said, okay, before today, under CETA, we have a company who classifies a small company as a company with 25 million turnover. Now, considering inflation, considering that we need to make more companies to be big, the president said 100 million. The tax reform say 100 million. And looking at ourselves, truly 100 million is big money, even in today, irrespective of the fact that we have had some inflation. And so if a company is 100 million now, its turnover is 0%. And there's difference between 0% and exempt. So when before they were 25 million, they were exempt, it means that as you've been exempted from tax, you can also not claim any incentive under the tax law. But when you are 0%, you are 0%. You have not been exempted from tax, where your income tax is 0%. It means that you are also still in the tax net, however, which means you can claim every other form of incentives. One of them is what we call capital allowance, allows you to depreciate your assets under the tax law. But if you were exempt, you were not going to be able to do that. So this is also to further allow company to even be more lucrative. Now, there's also an incentive that we need to understand. We have something we call the pioneer status. Pioneer status gives a blanket tax holiday of 5 years, 3 to 5 years. Now the law has changed. What we have now is a productive-based incentive that incentivizes productivity rather than companies that do not know whether they are going to make profit or not, having a blanket holiday. So at the end of the day, who benefits? Anybody may not benefit. But today, incentivize productivity, incentivize investment. And how does that happen? When you invest, your investment, you get a credit on every investment you make. So the law grants a 5% tax credit on investment expenditure. So you can use that credit to offset taxes. And so this is to ensure that the more that company invests, the more tax credits they get. So this is one thing that has been done. Before, as the president have said, we want to tax the fruit and not the seed. If you do business in a year and you do not make a profit, the law imposes what they call a minimum tax on you. And that means that you should pay something because you have enjoyed the benefit of tax on infrastructure, on social services, and the rest. So you say, don't go without paying something. But the president said, no, I want to tax only the fruits. So if someone has invested this money and it did not make an income, it did not make a profit, that means there's no fruit. That means the seed that the person planted has not germinated. And why did the seed not germinate? It may be it may be economic factor. And so why do you want to tax such income? So now, if a company does not make a profit, it has no tax to pay. So no minimum tax the minimum tax has been abolished. So it makes that companies that make income are the one. And why? The more the company profits, the more the economy grows because it's productivity. Some have even said, okay, now also we are now tailoring our tax law towards what applies globally. So we do not see Nigeria as an island. We also see Nigeria as a part of a global community. And so we align with what happens all over the world. Before now, a company can be taxed in Nigeria because of the fact that it has employees in Nigeria. And the understanding is that, of course, why will a company have an employee in Nigeria if the company is not doing business in Nigeria? And while we were all growing up, we were learning about taxation, of course, or we were learning about market in commerce. For many of us who know about business or about commerce here, they say, what is a market? The definition is a market is a place where traders and purchasers meet, right? That means there must be a location. But in today's world, a market is not just a physical space. A market can be a virtual space. It can be in the cloud. It can be on my phone. So what does that mean? Our tax system also needs to change in line with that. And so what has that now happened? Before we tax companies that employ in Nigeria, today, our laws have changed that if you employ in Nigeria, so far you do not carry out any business operation in Nigeria, you will not be taxable in Nigeria. And what is the implication of that? Now we can have global companies that will employ people in Nigeria working remotely, working online, and they will not be subject to tax in Nigeria. Before now, because they are subject to tax, they do not wish to employ Nigerians. And so for many of you who have used like call center operation, maybe for a global company, most voices you hear are either Indians or Pakistani or Lebanese or Filipinos. But now that provision will open up the system for Nigerian employment, and LIRS and the rest can make more revenue because by the virtue of the fact that a Google or a British Telecom, we employ Nigerians that can speak better English than Indians, that can speak better English than Philippines, and our time zone even more centralized compared to the Philippines in the Asia or India, which is also in the Asia. So that we help to make more income for Nigeria, because the more Nigerians are employed, the more income. And by and large, what the corporate entity has also been considered, because the more they do, the more. And let me go to VAT. VAT, Prof tried to speak about it. VAT, and I'll not go into the issue of fiscal federalism, because they are also the fiscal federalism. The VAT was a subject of convenience between state and the federal. And when we try to analyze it with fiscal federalism, or what we call the exclusive, the legislative list, we will see there are matters that even states cannot collect VAT on them. And so even when we try to go the way of fiscal federalism, I'm not sure states will have more benefit, except few states. But let's go into how does this new VAT reform benefit Nigeria? It says that you should not, about 18 classes of items now have been exempted. So you run an NGO, you run an association like yours, goods that you purchase for use here are exempt. You run other lines. So if you run, so medical, let's also go to zero rated. Medical services, medical products, basic food, all those things are zero rated. And there are also difference between being zero rated and exempt. So if you are zero rated, you can also claim all the tax VAT you must have paid. So this is, and what does that do to businesses? It will also reduce the cost of production or the cost of running the business. And ultimately, it's expected that it should now reduce the price. But people will say whatever goes up in Nigeria does not come down, especially price. So what does that do to us? It should at least leave it where it is. Companies will have no justification to pay to increase their income. Now, I would like to. Prof has said he knows that we want to reply to some of the issues said about the accountant general having the power to withhold taxes from state revenue. I think what we should speak about is, rather than even advocate for that, we should advocate for responsible agency role. Because when you've been given the agency role to deduct taxes from payments and all this, also we should be responsible enough and ensure that it's being remitted. Because if that was not happening, there'll be no need for a provision for accountant general to withhold. And so I think I'd like to stop here while I give the rest of the audience to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olarinde. May I invite Mr. Akonde to discuss something. He is from Lagos State, so we will discuss. What topic would you take?
Thank you very much. Mr. President's blessings, as I say, and that, yes, all protocols duly observed. So I'll take it from the perspective of the states that is a subnational and zero in on Lagos, as it were. It's important to have clarification on the main purpose of the reforms, as the Prof has. Most people tend to focus on the revenue aspect, whereas my understanding of it is that, and which I think is what was driving the reform itself, is that it is geared towards economic growth, number one, protection of the most vulnerable in the system, and then flipping the compliance template that we have had in tax administration. Because prior to these reforms and to these new rules, what was happening was that our system was more or less incentivizing people not complying, because the penalty for compliance was too low compared to the price of the cost of complying. Because tax itself is a burden, we must, but even for you to comply, you need to incur some cost. So what we've had in the past is that the cost of compliance was relatively higher than the penalty for not complying. So ordinary economic person, rational economic man, would not just comply. So if you take it from there as the base for which we have the reforms, then you will now understand that increased revenue that people are thinking about is just a secondary byproduct of the reforms, as it were. Now, so I will now go to those areas as it affects the individual, the natural persons. The natural person is the main concern or the purview of the state, because we do personal income tax. So how will it affect a natural person? What you will have is that all those people that are below a certain level will not pay tax. And I can give you statistics now based on numbers that we have for 2024. So I'm talking of anonymized data of 1.4, almost 1.5 million people. Now, if you take the fact that the whole of Nigeria from the I think in the tax net, we have just roughly over 10 million. In Lagos, we have about 5 million of them that are in the tax net. So the sample population is representative enough for us to take, have some conclusion on what the impact of this new rule will be. When we ran the template, the previous template on these 1.5 million numbers, and then we used the current template as well, we found out that 55% of those 1.5 million people will not pay tax under the current regime. 43% of those people will pay less than what they were paid under the previous regime. It's only 1.6% that will pay higher at the top end. So essentially what that one has done is that at the household level, no matter how little it is, the disposable income has been increased. And what it does is that at that level as well, it will lead to, of course, increased commercial activities and also improved economic growth. So what you'll be creating, which has started this January, is that you have what I call a virtuous self-reinforcing cycle, where you have a situation where you have more disposable income, leading to improved economic activity, which also will lead to increased employment, and then also improved economic activity, disposable income that will be available to the economy. So that is the positive impact that we're going to have. And that, unfortunately, is the message that people are not driving. But like I said, at one event in December or early January, what I've always realized that most people don't actually read. And it's not something that we should be ashamed of, because even a top senator told us bluntly on its national TV that he has not read and he's not going to read. That's why he was paid to do that, but he's opposed to the reforms. But more often than not, then also they said, is it bad news travel faster than good news? But if you have noticed, there was so much complaints about the coastal road. But after December, I'm not too sure there's anything bad about coastal road again, because people have started experiencing it. The same thing is going to affect these tax laws, because as of the end of last month, majority of the people that are in paid employment are actually better off than they were in December. And I foresee a situation where the pushback from this will start going down. And so at the household level, what you will have is that improvement which I've just told you. The prof read something about fiscal federalism. What, from my own understanding of it, if you take it to a dimension that I can talk to, is that you talk about the taxing rights, then revenue ownership, and then, of course, in terms of responsibility of the sovereign government, and then, of course, interrelationship between the governments. So if I take the first one, the taxing rights, I think, in fairness to those people who drafted those laws, they have done the right thing, and they have specifically stated clearly who has the right to do what. However, there's a provision there that if by chance you are not equipped to be able to effect the tax, then you can call on another body, who could be another state IRS or the NRS, to collect on your behalf, but the ownership of the revenue still belongs to you. And I think that's one thing we need to make clear here. So I don't have any fear of the being over-centralized tax administration in this country. And of course, I agree with the prof that constitutional allocation trumps any day administrative convenience or operational efficiency. Then, of course, so if the Constitution has said it is the state that has the taxing right for this, then it cannot be taken away from it. But it can cede that to another entity to help it in effecting or collecting those revenue. If I've talked about that, then the key thing that we need to take away is that, like I said, the reform has flipped the compliance template that we have. Because now under this new law, virtually every infraction attracts what we call administrative penalty. So that's what we need to take home, please. Let us know that an administrative penalty means the taxing authority does not have to go to any court to effect it. If you are expected to have filed your returns by 31st of January and you fail to do it, the tax authority does not need to go to any tribunal because there's a penalty for not doing the right thing. Same goes for you deducting taxes from your vendors or your employees and not remitting. So these are things that we need to know and understand. At the state level, what we have done is that we don't want to overburden the public. That's why we are facing the issuance of public notices to guide the residents of Lagos. What we have done last month was to issue 7 different public notices. They are available on our site to let people understand the implications of the new tax laws and how it's going to impact them, and of course, most importantly, impact their pockets. So we most likely will issue another round of public notices by the end of March. The idea is just to face it so that we don't have information overload. And I think lastly, that's on the issue of, I think I've taught the issue of VAT. Of course, the intricacies of not knowing what to do. That's why if it is so difficult for you to implement, you can always contract it out to another agency to do for you. By and large, I think I would be more than happy to take any questions as regards things pertaining to personal income tax. My colleague is here to handle issues related to company income tax, but you can see that from the laws, what we have had is that you have specific incentives to actually encourage and enable economic growth within the system. And that, I think, deserves some commendation for the government and for the leadership of the Mr. President himself in saying this too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akonde. Now, before I go to the next discussion, can we take 2 questions, please? One from the left and one from the right. I see Alhaji. I see Alhaji Daudu. I've read his book and I can guess where he's going when it comes to local government taxes. Please, Alhaji. A blessing, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. We are talking about fiscal federalism. And I'm very, very happy with the lecturer for pointing out certain anomalies in our tax system. You see, we have 3 governments in Nigeria: the federal, the state, and the local government. every government has a right to collect taxes. If a government is not given the right to collect, it is no more a government. That institution is a glorified corporation. The tenement rate is the tax related to local government. As at the present moment, the state government has taken it away. And those of us here who are in a position to influence the government, I'm saying it for you to be able to pressure the government. And as the professor says, the duties of each arm of government should be specified. There are some duties that if passed to the state government, they will not be able to do it well. Some duties, if passed to the local government, they will not be able to do it yet. But there are certain duties that are the duties of local government. As at the present moment, local government is just a glorified government. It's no more a government. And that is why we are having the problem we are having in Nigeria today, lack of development. Development is not going to the local level. Please, those of you, if I start talking, I've written a book about it, and I just don't want to, I will distribute some of the books to those of you who are sitting down here once again to go and look at it very well and influence those in authority to make sure that if they don't develop local government, we cannot get any development in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alaji. More of a comment than a question. Thank you, sir. Next question, please. Can we please have your name and then a question?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Ade Tokunbo Adedeji. The question is to the gentleman who just spoke about personal income tax. Is it deliberate that you didn't mention about the income of pensioners? Is it taxable? Or what is it that the pensioner has to pay as tax? Can you please elaborate on that? That's number one. Number two, it's amazing that people do not appreciate what it means to pay tax. Just like Alaji said, revenue generation is the primary purpose of taxation for government. If a government does not have the ability to collect revenue, then that government is not a government. And that is the point that is being made both by the lecturer and by Alaji. Local government has been stripped of the ability to collect revenue that is due to them. Something has to be done. There has to be a measure of pressure built on the governors to relinquish this aspect of tax to the local government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now there are some members, guests online who may want to ask questions. I humbly request that you ask the questions and then they'll be passed on to us and then you get the answers. Thank you. Can I take, let's not discriminate. Can I take a question from the opposite sex, a female? In the absence of none, then we'll take one more. Then let's take from a female first. Any
questions from the female?
None. So we'll take one more from the past president, Alaji Amadu. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to chip in on this issue of tenement or on issue of taxation as it relates to states and local government. Thank God we have what the Lagos State government is doing today. Because as a product of local government, I can tell you that in those days when local government collects tenement rates, the issue then was nothing but issue of unnecessary representation. So when the issue of land use came in, I can tell you that in today's Lagos, local governments are collecting far, far more better than what we have in those days. And this shows an organized setting in the collection of taxes in relation to tenements. And this issue of tenement in itself, it's something that has to do, is an agreement between the state and local government. There was an understanding, an MOU that was duly signed, and every month, by virtue of being a director, local government administration in local government at the point in time, every month, local governments do collect their due in relation to tenement rates. And I can tell you, land use in Lagos is a blessing to the residents. Thank you.
So before we proceed, I'll ask Mr. Akonde to please answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Adetokunbo, thank you very much, sir. So it's important to clarify one thing. Taxes are on income, not on the person. So pensioners are not the ones that have been taxed. It's whether they have income. But I can assure you that pension income, because it's also an income to you, is not taxable. So your pension income is not taxable. But if you have income from other sources, then those other sources are the ones that you are expected under the Constitution to truthfully, without being prompted by the tax authority, to self-declare, and then you pay taxes on. So taxes is gender neutral, is age neutral, it's status neutral, but it's not income neutral. So once your income is above certain threshold, it becomes subjected to the PIT rate. So that answers that. On the issue, thank you very much, Alhaji Abodu, for the clarity you have brought it. It's more often than not in Nigeria, we play too much on emotions. We don't run numbers. The good thing is that if people just sit down to run numbers, they will see the impact of what the reform is all about. What he has just told us now, we can demonstrate it statistically so that we can show. But the essay will handle the issue of managing the relationship between local government and the state in Lagos. At least we have that experience in Lagos, and it will be able to throw more light on it. Don't let us forget, like I said, fiscal federalism, it is about taxing rights, revenue ownership, responsibilities, as well as relationship between the various governments. So, and all those ones were adequately addressed under the provisions that even the prof also showed up there. The truth of the matter is that it's not a perfect document. Nothing human is perfect, but it's a stepping stone in the right direction, which I think deserves the support of each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akonde. Now, the next discussion. The special advisor to the governor on tax matters, Mr. Ogumbo. Over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I have the mic? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Because these are very critical.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Blessed members. Yes, the president, and please, because of time, kindly permit me to rest on the existing protocol. I don't know whether you can hear me, because I think we are getting to the high point of the program, where we are beginning to come home. That is coming to how Lagos is implementing and running the revenue conversation with respect to tax reforms, fiscal federalism, and the legislation of powers. I don't know. I'm tempted to quickly respond to Alhaji's comments, which is a question, and I can see that he's very passionate about being emphatic about the concerns around whether we are able to make every tiers of government works. I want to quickly appreciate and acknowledge the initiative of this tax reform by Mr. President. So it won't be fair to be talking about the reform without appreciating the bold step taken by the president, and at the same time, the governor of Lagos State, which over time, over successive governments, have been able to rest on the foundation laid by our dear president. So on that note, I want to quickly let us know that at the beginning of this conversation of tax reform, I think precisely October, November 2023, the committee came to brief Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, on their plan to set up, how to go around and the role of Lagos State in the annals of states or subnationals. Immediately, because Mr. Governor is proactive, he quickly set up a committee to work directly with the tax reform committee so that we have first-hand information about how and where it will lead, and to also protect Lagosian, which I feel that is the major concern of Alhaji and I think the Dr. Adedeji, especially with respect to decentralization. And why is it that we are usurping the role or the responsibility of collecting revenue by local government? I want to say that that is not the case, sirs. And I will respond by my initial response to the professor's paper, which we are meant to even address the role of state governments in the conversation of tax reforms. In Lagos State, before tax reform, Mr. President has been a proponent of true federalism. He's a constitutional Democrat, which he expects every tiers of government to be respected. So immediately this conversation started. And in Lagos, what we have done is how do we implement this tax reform without necessarily bothering our people? So the committee constituted swung into action. And the first thing we're able to do after the resolution is to domesticate that law, meaning that aspects of the law that need to work in Lagos. So we call it roadmap that we now send to Lagos State House of Assembly, because it may not be applicable to state governments if we will only leave it at the act level. So we need to pass a law at the state level, so which we have been able to do successfully. And please note, I don't want to go into the breakdown of Nigeria Tax Act, the Administration Act, which the professor has dealt with, but I want to go in specifics. This act has further reduced what is expected of these tiers of government to collect, which was coming from the approved levies for collection list. So this allows state government to have their own lists. So permit me to quickly run what is being given to state governments and what we agreed, the law agrees to give to local government. Apart from what the professor has read, we have here revenues that actually cut across both states and local government. In our own case, that's Lagos State. We have harmonized levy, we have daily ticketing, and we have road taxes, haulage levy, and property tax. These are legitimate taxes that ordinarily should go or be collected by, in some cases, state government, agency, or local government. So when we put that on the table, Mr. Governor directed that his ultimate goal is to ensure that the ultimate beneficiaries, who are the payers, should not be made to suffer. What does that mean? It means that if, let's say, Lagos State government is expected to collect ground rent, fortunately, you know that the issue of land use charge didn't even start today. So, but in the new tax law, it's expected that ground rent, tenement rates, neighborhood improvement levy, and co, they are separated. In other states, they allow these tiers of government to collect. But what does this mean to average Lagosian? What it means is one of the issues we are currently battling with, which is happening with the tourism sector, that's hospitality business. Today, we have almost 12, 16, 20 agencies of government empowered by law to collect or to visit an entity called maybe hospitality business. So you have multiple of them visiting, doing their legitimate right. And I'll ask if you don't expect fire service to visit a property to see whether they are compliant. The answer will be yes. If you don't agree whether lawma that collect waste should not visit that hospitality business, the answer is yes. Do you expect LRS to collect income tax from those working in the hospitality home? The answer will be yes. If you see, I can continue to count this, but what have we done? What we are saying is that what we have done in land use charge can be replicated with agencies that have a cross relationship, responsibility, that is state government and local government. So let us have harmonized collection, but no centralization. The only thing that the big ambiguity and misconception there is thinking that it is a multiple taxation. When a business is established and it needs to advertise his business, is visited by, is expected to get a license or permission from Lagos State Signage Authority. So by visiting LASA for short, we see that as multiple taxation, but they are legitimate collection. So where am I driving at? What I'm driving at is that it's better for us as a state, as a subnational, to put all these collections together for the purposes of one, efficiency, two, improve capacity, because in some sense, some revenue are not taken from the local government. And I'll tell you, all the revenue that has to do with radio license and all that, what we do not want in Lagos, because alluding to what the president said, is that we do not want to tax poverty. So the conversation is ongoing to say that wheelbarrow fee and all this fee that some states collect from their citizens, we don't need that in Lagos. Some of the nuisance of this revenue, we don't need them in Lagos. So for that reason, we are trying to bring together taxes and collection that is applicable to local government and state in a manner that the ultimate beneficiary, which are the citizens, are not stressed. So what have we done? We are empowering local government in Lagos to have transparent collection process. We are sharing a template that we are encouraging local government to have automated system. Automated system means that whatever they collect and they bill is reported in their books, not in Lagos State books. So we have a common template that we share in Lagos State. And if we move from there, let me quickly look at some of the points that we have done. We have also operationalized the guideline, like I said earlier. The guideline, after the presidential committee submitted and the president assented, so the next thing is to now provide the lead. As you know, before now, Lagos State has been at the forefront of all the technological conversation in terms of revenue generation. So hence, the need to also improve from where we are and move to the next level. So the guideline has been provided and sent to the Lagos State House of Assembly for its implementation. We are also promoting what we call unification of overlapping revenue across MDAs. So MDAs and local governments, revenue like haulage, the movement of one goods from one location to the other. If you move from Apapa, for instance, sir, if you move from Apapa and you are going to Ibejuleki, you are to meet about 4 different local governments. If we encourage local government to continue to be on the road because Constitution empowers them to do their individual collection, it means that payer will pay at the border of Apapa local government. He will pay at Lagos Island. He will pay at Etiosa. He will pay at Ibejuleki. He will pay at Ekpe, which in turn come to adding to the burden of the last mile, the person that is going to buy that good. Obviously, those 5,000 naira or 2,000 naira or 10,000 naira, when added, it will add to the cost of goods. So the reason why harmonization and not centralization is the conversation. We're also talking about unification of payer ID with that of Joint Revenue Board. Today, we all know that anywhere in the world, you have minimum of 2 numbers, the national number and your payer tax identification number. In Nigeria today, we have multiple of that. And coming to Lagos, we have individuals with about more than 4 or 5 payer identification numbers. What does that mean? It means that we're not going to have adequate visibility and ease of doing business for those individual concerned. So we have been able to come up with a system to ensure that we have unification of payer identification. And you may not also need, with the integration that we have done, you may not also need to cram your payer identification number or national identification number or joint revenue tax number, but rather your phone number. So all that is about unification. Also, we are talking about harmonization that I mentioned earlier for the purposes of unified single collection for standard approach. Systems also across MDAs, mandatory adoption of what we call mandatory adoption of what we call Lagos Revenue Portal. It will interest you to know that the first day that the federal government and the tax presidential committee came to brief Mr. Governor, we are already launching Lagos Revenue Portal. Instead of collapsing all our agencies to one because of our peculiarities, we have done a logical collection of all the agencies with our Lagos Revenue Portal. Mr. Governor launched Revenue Portal for the purposes of centralized billing, centralized payments, centralized reversal requests, centralized system. Centralization by IT does not mean that I am taking your responsibility. What it means is that one single stop shop is provided for citizens, so that when citizens go to that one portal, you can interact with other organs of government. So that does not take away the revenue that belongs to local government or MDAs. So their money are given to them on per line basis. It means that when money is collected at the central level, based on the sharing and the calculation that's been done and given to the system, that's garbage in, garbage out. The money goes to the account of these various entities directly. If you allow me, I'll continue from here. Well, that's what I do. So Lagos State is at the forefront in ensuring fiscal federalism is working. We have been able to ensure that rather than about this year, 2026, we have met local government representative not less than 3 times. What are we trying to do? We are trying to allay the affairs that nobody is taking your responsibility because federal government did not take state responsibility. So it is not in our character that in Lagos to now take the responsibility of what we are doing is a working together collaboration and for efficient purposes. So thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ogumbo. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ogumbo.
Yes, sir.
We're going to take 2 questions in-house and then 2 questions online, if they have. Alaji wants to. No, Alaji, there is the gentleman on the 3rd row there. Yes, please. Please tell us your name and then question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name's Adekunle Razak Itiko. My question is in respect of property tax, which is newly introduced in the tax law. And the professor, during his submission, did mention it. So my question goes like this. In Lagos State, landowners have been subjected to land use charge. And now that property tax is coming up, will it not amount to double taxation? paying property tax and paying land use charge? Or is the property tax going to cancel out land use charge, just like a land use charge cancelled out tenement rates? That's number one. Number two, you said, or we are told that pensioners are exempted from tax payment only to the extent of pension income, such that whenever they are having income from other sources, that one will be subjected to taxation. But what about pensioners who had already gotten whatever belongs to them once they left the company or the government office they are working, and they don't have any pension income, but they live on something like dividend? Dividend is already taxed as such, like the VAT, which you have to pay. And if that is the only income that that pensioner who has no pension income relies on, would they still have to charge tax on that? And if so, will it not amount to double taxation, just like property tax and land use charge?
Thank you, Oladu.
Double taxation.
Thank you. We'll get Mr. Do you want to take the Akonde will answer? Yes, Mr. Akonde will answer the dividend. Take that. Thank you. Hello, sir. Property tax that is being introduced now. Because that's why we are domesticating our own laws. It will not abolish the land use charge law. So land use charge is a component. We have ground rent, neighborhood improvement levy, and tenement rates. So this is separated under the property tax, and this we have already subsumed into our own land use charge. So in Lagos, what we will have is land use charge, not property tax separate. So we're not going to get it differently. So Mr. Akonde can take the dividend. The mic is working better now. You can use.
We have the microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Adekunle Razak. So, like I said earlier on, it's the income or profit that's subjected to tax, not your status. So, the fact is, which we have just confirmed, that as of the time you are being paid off by your company or your agency, the money that was paid to you, which was a severance benefit, had been treated under the tax laws that were applicable at that time. If they were not taxable, they remain untaxable. Now, if you take your dividend, like you said, dividend is what we call franked investment income. So it has been taxed as source, and it is treated as final tax. So it means the dividend that you get that is credited to your account is the net of your dividend. So, and for dividend, you are not going, because it is frank investment, you are not going to pay anything extra because what you paid on it is final tax. However, under the new rules, before, interest on bank deposits used to be treated as frank investment. Under the new rule, it is no longer like that. So your income from bank interest, which you didn't mention, I just want to provide that clarification, will still can eventually be liable to additional tax, or you can also be liable to get what you call credit, a refund. Because if by the time you subject that's your income from interest to the tax table, and it is realized that the tax rate that is your effective tax rate is lower than the withholding tax rate, then it means you are eligible for a refund from government. And under this new tax regime, unlike the previous one, now within 90 days, the government through the account general must refund your tax credit to you. Anything so that's part of the positives under this new regime. So I hope it's clear, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Akonde. Can I take one more question from the audience and then Prince Josumo, because there is someone online. I'm going to restrict this to one more question here and then one online, and then we'll go to the next speaker, because the day is far spent. So one more question there. Oh, Ms. Alhaji Amadi, you've had your chance. Papa. Yes. Okay. Can we take, excuse me, audience, can we take one online, please? Then we'll come back to you, sir.
Hello. Okay,
sorry
sir.
about that, sir.
There's an online question from Dr. Mrs. Odunayo B. Annie. Okay. When are revenue generating agencies of federal government going to get the implementation guideline as it relates to collection of revenue by the NRS?
We'll get back to the person. He'll be back. Yes.
I think Prof went for an interview section outside, sir.
We'll attend to that later. We'll take one more question from the audience, from Baba there. Yes. Thereafter, we'll take the next discussion.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. My name is Prince Olabode Ogule. My question will have gone straight to the gentleman from Abuja, representing the NRS Executive Chairman. Nonetheless, I would like to hear from the panelists who are considered very experienced and knowledgeable. I'm talking about stamp duty. My understanding of stamp duty, the Central Bank of Nigeria introduced stamp duty as its own revenue. It is not going to the banks. It's going to the stamp duty is revenue to the government. Now, the government is saying that by the tax reform law, they want to help the lower income people. But invariably, what happens is that people that are earning 10,000, that are paying 10,000 areas of 10,000, people are the lower sector. I would have thought if they want to attract income from stamp duty, they will have take minimum of about 50,000 will be liable to stamp duty instead of people of 10,000. Now, another question I want to bring up is if I transfer money from my savings account to my current account in the same bank, the savings account will attract stamp duty. If it's above 10,000, the savings account will attract stamp duty. The current account will also attract stamp duty. I don't think this is fair, and I don't think that is what the tax reform law meant to establish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll answer that question. Thank you, sir. Mr. Akonde would answer that question. Mr. Akonde, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Prince Olabode Ogunleye, sir. So, stamp duty.
We have some quiet, please. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm sure Prof will give further flesh to what I'm going to contribute. Stamp duty, my understanding, stamp duty is just a revenue that you pay to government to validate your documents. So what you have under the stamp duty that you have, the EMT that you have in the CBN, I agree with you on that. Maybe there should have been a kind of rethink on the threshold because of the focus of the reforms to exclude those people at the lower end. But more importantly, what we have raised, it has something that we have to raise with the CBN, because the money is not for CBN, it's for the states. It is the states that under this new regime that to receive the stamp duties that you have on that your transaction. That's what the new law says. Now, but it is the banks that collect it. Now, I think they should be able to implement a system that can recognize that it is you that is transferring money from your savings to your current. I think the problem we have currently is that the system that they've deployed in some of the banks cannot do that. So it treats it as if it's a separate person that is transferring to the other person because they have two different numbers. But I think they can find a solution to it because your BVN and your NIN are linked to those two. So it's a question that we need to maybe escalate and push to the CBN. And I'm sure by the time the CBN Director of Supervision gives a directive, the banks will resolve that problem. The problem is not essentially that of the tax authority. It's what you have in the banking system. That's why you have that problem. On the issue of threshold, those are things that can be taken up later by the fiscal committee, of which the prof is a member.
Thank you, Mr. Akonde. Thank you, Mr. Akonde. Now, yes. Well, Prof wants to respond to that. Professor.
So I will be very brief. You know, a lot of people are feeling the pain of stamp duties on electronic transfer. It might have worked before. It's even painting the entire reform in a negative light. It's as if you are drawing the blood of ordinary people. Like Mr. Akonde brilliantly said, if I need to stamp a mortgage document or a conveyance, because I will need it in court, it makes sense. But I'm transferring 50,000 to my son, I will do a write-up on it. I'll do a write-up on it, and I will articulate all the arguments that will highlight it for review in the next amendment. The way it is playing out is punitive, is draconian, is against principle of taxation, because if you are taxing people, you don't even want them to know. But this one, it can even precipitate crisis. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Brilliant. We'll take one question online and then go to Mr. Aziz. Online. I see someone raising his or her hand.
Mr. Olatunji, you can speak, please. Mr. Olatunji joining from the online. Please unmute yourself and speak.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Technical team. Mr. Olatunji, whilst we are sorting out the technical issues, can we listen to the next discussion? Yes, we have some technical issues here. We have some technical issues here, Mr. Yeah.
Can I proceed?
Yes. Mr. Aziz, you have the floor. We'll come back to that in a bit. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. All protocols duly observed. Because of time, I will be very brief. The first thing I want to say is that tax itself is law. And the taxing powers of all tiers of government, just like we are taught by our erudite prof, is derived from the Constitution. And that is what will make me to talk about the power, the legislative power of the National Assembly to make law as it relates to the value-added tax, one, then collect the value-added tax and proceed to distribute it amongst the 3 tiers of government. The first thing I want to say, just like Professor Sonny said, is that the National Assembly lacks the virus to make law as it relates to collection of VAT by the NRS. When you look at the provision of Section 4 of the Constitution, vis-a-vis Article 58, Item 58 and 59 of Part 1, Second Schedule of the Constitution, you realize that just like what Professor Sonny said, value-added tax or consumption tax is not included in those items. By implication, the unlimited, permit me to use this word, the unlimited residual power of the state. It means that the state has the power to make law and collect consumption tax. Now, when you look at the data in 2025 alone, revenue generated from non-import item goods from value-added tax is nothing less than 6.5 trillion. 6.5 trillion on VAT alone. Non-import goods. Then you have Lagos State alone. Out of this 6.5 trillion, Lagos State contributed to more than 52%. It means that the value-added tax that may be attributed to Lagos State out of the 6.5 trillion will not be less than maybe 3.5 trillion. 3.5 trillion. Then, such revenue that ought to have come to Lagos State, that Lagos State ought to have benefited from, then we go to the federal account, then it will be shared amongst all other states. Take for instance, I'm going to say this. There are some states that don't encourage alcoholic drink. I'm not encouraging alcoholic, I'm just saying there are some states that don't encourage alcoholic drink. However, there is value-added tax being gotten from this alcoholic drink, and you see states sharing. If Lagos State make more money from this alcoholic drinks, these states will also benefit from the revenue, VAT, that is made in Lagos. Lagos has the population, minimum of about 20 million people. And the discussion should move from centralizing the power to legislate on VAT and collect VAT to fiscal autonomy, which Professor Sonny have talked about, so that the state can know that, okay, if something is consumed within intrastate, as heard in Aberagba's case, if it is consumed within the state, then the state should be able to hold on to the revenue generated, consumption revenue generated from that consumption which is made in the state. That is number one. Number two, sir, you observe that VAT, or for people to come to Lagos State, is not cheap for Lagos State government. Facilities are put in place. Social infrastructures are put in place that attract people to come to Lagos State. The Lagos State spend a lot of money on this infrastructural development, and we have people entering Lagos State on a daily basis, and they are not ready to go back. So you will now see when these people, after the state must have expended a lot of money in making the state conducive and attractive to all other people, then the state should not, in my view, the state should not be deprived of the revenue that it will have generated from the consumption made within the state. So, lastly on this, coupled with the fact that as we speak, the constitution has not been amended to house or to give power to the National Assembly to legislate on consumption tax. So I still believe that each state should be given the autonomy to collect consumption tax in form of VAT of the goods that are consumed within the state. As for intrastate, just like Professor Sonny said, an international transaction, then the federal government can legislate on that, which will make more money, which will enable the federal government to have more revenue from that. That is number one. Number two, I will quickly like to comment on the issue of residence as it affects personal income tax. The reason why I'm doing this is I'm looking at the tax reform and how it affects Lagos State. When you look at the doctrine of residence in collection of personal income tax, you observe that, in my view, I feel that Lagos State, again, in this respect, is being marginalized. And I will tell you why, sir. Now, when you look at most people, you hardly find people working outside Lagos State and residing in Lagos. You hardly find people that goes to other states on a daily basis and come back to Lagos, use Lagos as their residence. You hardly find. You may find, but you hardly find. But you find people living in other states and coming to Lagos State to work. Now, the law as it is and the principle of residence is that this, the PIT of these people that must have deducted from source but through PAYE, the payee tax, will be remitted to those states. But when you look at for non-resident company, the principle that is applicable to non-resident company is significant economic presence. Significant economic presence. Even if you are not living in Nigeria and you are making income in Nigeria, you will be subjected to tax in Nigeria, notwithstanding the fact that you are not living in Nigeria. So for some of us, we have been looking at it. Why can't this doctrine of significant or substantial economic presence be applicable to personal income tax? Bear in mind that Lagos State has made the state to be conducive for business, for people to come in and even work within the state. It has expended a lot of money in putting facilities in place. Then why should the tax that ought to come to the state goes to other states on the principle of residence? Some of us find it very difficult to agree with. No, we understand it, sir, but to agree with. So we felt that the significant economic presence principle should be applicable to this, so that the state that puts up facilities that attracts people to come and work within it then should benefit from the economic presence of those people when it comes to taxing the income made within the state. Lastly, when you look at some of these people, even these people we are talking about, still on the basis of personal income tax, you observe that some of them even sleeps in office. Some of them sleep in the office. Some don't go home. They sleep in the office. They go on Friday, come back on Monday, and the likes. And I don't think the state is even pursuing the 183 days that is applicable for the state to look at. Okay, in order for us to determine your residence, how much time do you spend outside the state? And how much time do you spend within the state? If this is looked at, I believe that the state will rake in more revenue, particularly on the first point. The state will rake in more revenue than it is. Now, when you look at the threshold, just like the essay to the governor has said, when you look at the threshold now, the threshold has been increased. The revenue made by the state, the LRS, as regards personal income tax, will drop. Except for the few, okay, it's not dropping. Okay, maybe except for the few high worth people. So the point I'm trying to make in essence is that if the state can look for more ways of generating revenue in accordance with the provision of the Constitution, which has granted the state the autonomy to generate such revenue, I think it will be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aziz. Thank you, Mr. Aziz. Now to take some question on this very emotional. Well, 1 minute, please. Kode needs to make 1 or 2 comments on Mr. Aziz's talk. Mr. Akonde, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I understand where you're coming from and the kind of emotions which we have just raised up here. And that's why I say it's important to move away from emotions and look at numbers. I will take it one after the other because essentially, don't forget that Lagos is a subnational in a national space, in a federation. So we have our obligations and our rights. And I'm sure that's why, something Prof told you was that when the committee first met, and I think SA also said it, the first state they came to was Lagos. And the governor, Mr. Governor of Lagos State, even set up a counterpart committee so that they can understand that it is not about robbing Lagos of its entitlements, but just creating a better open field for Nigeria as a nation, out of which everybody will prosper, and of course, Lagos will prosper better. I will take it one after the other. Take the issue of VAT. Yes, if you look at the numbers the way he has presented it, it's as if it's, but don't forget that it is on the basis of attribution that the committee has said we should do now. As of now, or as previously, it's on the basis of where the remittance is being made. So Lagos was benefiting from what we call the HQ effect. The HQ effect. So if you have a first bank in Lagos now, and it generates VAT on its services. So all the first bank across Nigeria, all that will be attributed to Lagos. That was what we had before. Now, take MTN, which is one of the biggest VAT contributor in Nigeria. It will surprise you to know that, I don't know what they watch in Kano. I don't know what they watch in Kano. But a substantial sum of VAT in terms of the cost of data usage in Kano is substantial. You can't rule that one out. So what the committee wanted to do was very good, that you should, when you are redistributing the VAT pool, a lot of the money should now be put towards no, aside from the state, but in terms of this, where the contribution is coming from, derivation. But the governors kicked against it. The governors kicked against it, and it would have scuttled the whole of the reforms if we had insisted on just doing the right thing. So sometimes, no, what I'm saying is that, you see, you take your steps one after the other. You cannot throw away the baby with the water. So what we need to do, which the president in his wisdom has done, is that if this is going to cause so much trouble, let us just have a solution that is generally acceptable to all the constituent parts in Lagos, in Nigeria. So we should understand where it's coming from. And we have taken the right step in the right direction. And I think we should not overflog this VAT thing. That's my advice. On the second one, on the issue of residency, now residency is a settled concept globally. And from what he said, people work in Lagos and sleep in Ogun. I remembered when it was Governor Fashola then, we had to be debiting money for people working in his office, in the governor's office. We're actually in Ogun State, and we had to pay the money to them. But I think it's neither here nor there. Don't forget that it's 8 hours a day that you have to work. And then you have 16 hours where the other place. Take out, wait now, take plus or minus transport now. Wait now. You see, don't let us be emotional. Don't let us be plus or minus transport of 1 hour or 2 hours, averagely. So 2 plus, you spend 2 hours on the road. Okay, spend 4 hours. Okay, 4 plus 8. Okay, good. So 12 in Lagos, then 12 where you sleep. And then the Saturday and Sunday, you sleep that place as well. And don't forget what the Prof told us as well. And I think Alaji said that even for you to stay in one place inside there, you will generate waste. Now, when you generate waste in Ogun State where you sleep and where your children are, who collects it? Isn't not? So you see, we don't let us be emotional. Let us query issues with numbers. When you query issues with numbers, you get clearer picture. I understand where you're coming from on VAT. I very well understand it. But I think we need not to be too emotional about it. We should take the right step in the right direction, which the government has taken, and we should support it. And over time, the governors who kicked against it will see the logic in enhancing the percentage on derivation. They will see the logic behind it. By the time the attribution is now skewed towards where the consumption is taking place, not the headquarters where the remittance is being made. The last one, yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akonde. Thank you. Brilliant. Alaji Damole, yeah, you have a question. Thank you. A comment. Okay, go ahead, Honorable. After that, we'll take this one. Okay.
Blessings, Mr. President. All other protocols duly observed. My name is Mohammed Oyilomo Damole. CHB, Abi Kilabanfis. Yeah, my comment is on Lagos State taxes too. I agree with some of the issues raised because we have to look at presently in the act, it's being taken care of by derivation. It's like certain percentage will come to where it is being derived. And that is a better way than those other ones, where the restaurant, the hotel that we make money from goes to Kanu, where people cannot drink and they share it equally. But my issue is this. To Lagos State tax issues, there are areas where you multi-tax people.
Are you the one who came to subsidize?
Yes.
That's my brother. It's parked at the entrance there.
Alaji Okunbo, or you are Mr. Because I know your daddy is Alaji. Now, if you inherited land from your father and you need money, you sell the land to somebody. In processing the deed of assignment, the form will tell you that the seller and the buyer will pay a tax. And the tax will be based on the cost of the land. Do you tax cost or profit? These are some of the issues. Because even when you get a contract from them, before you can go, you have to pay tax based on the quantum of the contract. But I believe that tax can only be based on your profit from the contract. You understand what I'm saying? So this has been going on. We have been working on it. And I think since some of you are here today, you need to go and think about it. A lot of people are there that they don't even know who sold the land. It's a long time he bought it. And they will tell him to pay the buyer and the seller to pay tax in accordance with the cost that he purchased the thing. So I want Lagos State to look at that. I want to congratulate the people who sat down on this new tax law. It is workable. It is better than whatever we have been having. And I believe as we go on, when we get to those bridges that are a little bit clumsy, then we'll sit down again and change it. But thank you very much. And I want to thank all of you here today. You have made us better than we came here before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alaji. Thank you, Alaji. Now we'll take the last question. The day is fast spent. We've been here since 4 o'clock. The last question is from Dr. Oluwafumilola Ogundare Emmanuel. It's an online thing. It says, good afternoon, SARS and MARS. I appreciate Lagos State practice for tax harmonization rather than multiple taxation. My question is how Lagos State is going to make every citizen of the state contribute to the revenue and development of the state. I recommend that the state work with local government to collect rates from low-income earners that are not taxed. I can explain more. Thank you.
Well, especially where I want to appreciate our leader who has commented, but Alhaji Damole, on the conversation of landed property, the tax, like they have explained, is not on that property, is on the owner of the property. You are only asked, though we are looking at it, the only area that we're looking at, maybe there could be some challenges, is where the seller is not even around and the buyer now takes the responsibility of paying on behalf of the seller. So, but the problem is that the land, for instance, costs 1 million naira. From the record, the person who is buying shows that he doesn't have income more than, let's say, 100,000 naira. How did he get money to buy 1 million or 10 million worth of land? So, which means there will be an assessment on the person, not the land. So we need to educate or understand that Lagos State is not taxes because you have not provided adequate tax for you to show your income is capable of buying that particular property. So the buyer will now pay and say, okay, where is the seller? Because the seller is going to get money anyway from the 10 million naira. So when you collect the money, it's an income. Can you show your previous income and show that you have taxes? And they will say that they don't have because you now get manners of explanation. I'm a pensioner. I've not been working for the past 35. So we see a lot of that. Coming to the question online, especially my office, a lot of people believe that we are not doing enough because governments are not talking enough. So on different revenue, with respect to innovation and different conversation about improving revenue, I can say that we have covered a lot. So, in that case, saying that we should now further tax what the president wish in his thinking to avoid, because he said it severally, let the poor breathe. But that does not mean to say that informal sector are not being looked at. Informal sector are people whose revenue are in fact more than the regular payee earner. I mean, in paid employment. So when you go to our market, I don't want to mention, you see that Dumota, Ladipo, Oshodi, and whatever, they deal in billions. So informal sector is another critical system that LRS is currently working on, and it's been yielding fruits because they monitor that. And if you are not able, because a lot of people hide under the pretense of, oh, I sell. If your income is below the threshold, definitely you will not pay, insofar as you file your returns. But if you don't file your returns, the system assumes that you are earning more than that, and they give you a presumptive tax of 10,100, 15,000, and 20,000, depending on your level. So Lagos State is very considerate and is looking at all of our people. We are not going to tax poverty, but rather prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogumo. The day is far spent. It's an exciting day. It's been an exciting day. May I apologize? I've seen so many hands up there. I apologize. We cannot take all the questions. Otherwise, we'll be here till tomorrow. So, and that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Blessings.
GS. GS, please. GS. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and the discussants. We thank you so much for your presence, and we deeply, deeply appreciate you. I will be leaving here more informed and more educated about the subject of today's discussion. Thank you very much once again. So the next on our agenda is the presentation of souvenir by the president of Eco Club to the moderator and the distinguished discussants.
Blessings. 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 Before we do the presentation, I just have a few comments. On the stamp duty, someone said it was done by the CBN. No. CBN is just a collecting agent. It was an agreement between NIPOST, CASMAL, and the federal government. So CBN had nothing to do with it. This was just a collecting agent. I had to defend the CBN because I'm a veteran and I knew about how it happened. That's just on a lighter note. I'm not the one to give the vote of thanks, but notwithstanding, it's been a day well spent. It's been a program that's been well received, both by the physical presence and online participation. The discussants and the lecturer, they have not disappointed. We've been enlightened. I'm sure all of us, both online and physically here, would have gained one thing or the other. There is somebody who is on the background, and it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge his contribution to today's event. The guest lecturer said he was his mentor. He had been my mentor since 1983. On this note, I would like Professor Mohammed Taufik Abdulrazak to stand up for recognition. He worked behind the scene to make this event a reality. So thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate. You've been a mentor and you have not ceased to be one. And I continue to appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. On this note, I would like to call on the chairman, the board of trustees of Eco Club, Alhaji Abdul Fatai Mabinori Daudu, MFR, GCHB, to help us make the first presentation. So, the moderator, he had done a yeoman's job. He has used his wisdom in not only moderating the speakers, but those who are eager to ask questions. Otherwise, we may not have left here around. Everybody is interested. Everybody is eager to ask questions. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, sir. The moderator, sir. No. Well, greetings and blessings. Once again, I say greetings and blessings. Thank you very much. Well, on behalf of the president of Eco Club and all members of Eco Club, I'm asked to give you this token gift for today's, for your activity in moderating a very, very important occasion. That is the topic on the federalism, Fiscal Federalism, which you have handled very well. And on that note, please accept this small gift on behalf of Eco Club. Thank you. Blessings. Blessings, blessings. Who is next? Yes. the Secretary, Board of Trustees of Eco Club, a past president of the club, Ashwaju Prince Rabi Olua. He has come in to time. Please join me as you make the presentation to the guest speaker, Professor Abiola Sonny, SAN.
The President, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President of the Cook Club, the entire members, I hereby present this as Lagos emblem. That is Ayo. I think you can see it to our guest lecturer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Why be light Taufik Niza? I will call on the representative. No, this gentleman. He has gone. Okay. Okay, you can. All right. I'll call on the representative of the head of service of Lagos State, who is also a member in his own right, a permanent secretary in the Lagos State government, Alhaji Ojikutu Rafiu Olawale, to make the presentation. To the representative of the representative of the executive chairman of Nigeria Revenue Service.
Thank you very much. Blessed is my president. On behalf of the head of service of Lagos State, Mr. Shoaib Olabode Agoro. Can you please step in? Olabode Agoro. I have the singular honor of presenting this souvenir, I would say, on behalf of Eco Club to the chairman, Nigeria Revenue Services, for his contribution and recognition of Eco Club to be at this event and to wish him well as it goes on. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. I will want to invite the captain of the boys, Professor Abisogun Lee, the Onipopo of Popo Aguda, to make the presentation to the special advisor to the governor on taxation and revenue.
Sir.
Blessings. On behalf of the president of Eco Club, I have the pleasure and special honor to present this to you for a wonderful contribution in making this event a big success. Thank you so much. Blessings. Thank you, my president.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
It is my singular honor and privilege to invite my mentor, Professor Mohammed Taufik Abdulrazak, SAN, to make the next presentation to the chairman of Lagos Inland Revenue Service. Thank you.
On behalf of Eco Club, I'm very grateful for your presentation. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, I'm inviting, last but not the least, I'm inviting my immediate predecessor, the golden president, Alhaji Abdulrazak Amadu, to make the presentation to Mr. Adeleke.
Mr. Adeleke, so on behalf of the president and the entire members of the Eco Club, we want to thank you for being part of this success story. You have really done well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The members of the committee that put this together, please come forward. No, come. The members of the executive committee that are here, please join us.
Mr. Bayo Idris, your attention is needed here. ESCO members, please come forward. Let's make it snappy, please.
Well, the we all agree that the planning committee, they've done a tremendous and wonderful job. Some of them even spend their personal money in organizing this program, including some of the billboards you will see around the city of Lagos. I quite appreciate what you have done. In fact, the first year of the tenure of the ESCO will come to an end on Sunday. So the ESCO, who have also been supportive also in giving the approval for the money we have spent in organizing this event. So that's why I've also asked them also to join us, because this is the last official engagement we'll have before the SIG renewal on Sunday. So, so join me in saying the usual, that they are jolly good fellows. Hello, for they are jolly good fellows. For they are jolly good fellows. And so say all of us. And so say all of us. Blessings. And so say all of us. For they are jolly good fellows. For they are jolly good fellows. For they are jolly good fellows. And so say all of us. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Blessings. Thank you very much. We are most grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, sir. Are you ready? Photo session, please. Okay, vote of thanks as well while the photo session is going on. Members, photo session with the president.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President and the ESCO, Board of Trustees, and entire members of ECO Club, I would like to extend our appreciation to our esteemed speakers and discussants for sharing their insights today. We are grateful for your time and expertise. Thank you to all participants for their engagement, including those who joined us online. Your presence has made the lecture a success. I must also appreciate the efforts of all members of the organizing committee for their tireless efforts in ensuring the success of this event. Thank you all, and God bless.
Recording stopped.